This is the council meeting of the Town of Mono on Tuesday, February the 11th, 2025. This meeting is being conducted both in chambers and by means of electronic participation as permitted by Section 238, subsection 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, and the Town of Mono Procedural Bylaw 2020-42. This meeting can be watched in real time or later on our website. I can confirm that we have a quorum, and we are joined virtually by Fred Nix and Elaine Capes. Just a reminder, emergency exits are in the rear of the council chambers. Members are free to declare pecuniary interest at this point in the meeting, or at any point for that matter, along with following up with the clerk in writing. Councillor Capes?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to declare a pecuniary interest in the agenda item X2, committee applications. A family member is an applicant for one of those committees, and it's not on the agenda, but I guess we're dealing with it. There is a request for funds for Headwaters healthcare, and I will declare an indirect pecuniary interest for that because I've been a member of their foundation and now on their Senate, so I just, declare that. Okay.
Thank you. And if I could call on Councillor Davey to do the land acknowledgement.
Sure.
Sorry, I didn't ask in advance.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. We'd like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the Town of Mono resides within the traditional territories and ancestral lands of the Tionotante, the Attawandaran, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the Town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connections of Indigenous peoples with this land, its waterways, and resources.
Thank you. I have a motion that Council approves the agenda of Session 3-2025 as circulated. Councillor Davey, sorry.
So, Your Worship, as alluded to by Councillor Capes, we did receive late notice from Headwaters Healthcare Foundation on a request for a donation. And as we already had one donation request on the agenda, I recommend that Council add that to the agenda under the same item.
Okay.
And also, the CAO has informed me that the town solicitor won't be attending today. So the in-camera session on the Bruce Trail Conservancy OLT appeal request be removed from the in-camera session.
Okay. Is Council all right with those amendments to the agenda as published? Okay. Motion that Council approves the agenda as amended of Session 3-2025 as circulated. Councillor Davey moves, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposed? And that motion is carried. I have a motion that Council approves the minutes of Session 2-2025 as circulated. Councillor Manktelow moves, Councillor Davey seconds. Any opposed? And that motion carries. We have two proclamations today. The first one pertains to human trafficking awareness, whereas evidence suggests that over 90% of Canada's trafficking victims come from within Canada's boundaries, and whereas Canada has become a hotbed for human sex trafficking of minor-aged children, 60% of all Canadian human trafficking can be linked in some way to activities that occur along the Highway 401 corridor. And whereas human trafficking also affects other highly vulnerable populations, including but not limited to the economically vulnerable persons with disabilities, runaway youth, with disproportionate vulnerability for youth who identify as gay, lesbian, bisexual, or transgender. And whereas public awareness about human trafficking needs to reach broader communities and communicate more information about this crime. Be it resolved that the Council for the Town of Mono is committed to help educate the public and promote awareness about human trafficking, and therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Town of Mono proclaims February 22nd as Human Trafficking Awareness Day to help bring awareness to the magnitude of modern-day slavery in Canada and encourage Canadians to take steps to better combat human trafficking. Be it resolved further that Council for the Town of Mono encourages government and philanthropic organizations to fund research that would address gaps in knowledge related to human trafficking. Therefore, on behalf of Council, I do hereby proclaim February 22nd, 2025 to be Human Trafficking Awareness Day in the Town of Mono.
Elaine's got her hand up.
Yes, Elaine?
Thank you, Mayor, and I do just want to do a call out to an organization that we have within Dufferin County called Cry Not. And
Elaine, could you be a little closer to your microphone? You're a little indistinct.
we do have
Thank you.
the Dufferin organization, Cry Not, who
Yeah.
are engaged in this work as well. Okay, just wanted to give a call out.
Thank you, and they do great work. Thank you for reminding us of that. I have a second proclamation, whereas Black History Month is an opportunity to acknowledge and honor the contributions of Black Canadians, both past and present, and recognize their contributions made to the town of Mono and Canada. And whereas during Black History Month, we celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by Black Canadians to our collective economic, cultural, social, and political development. And whereas the town of Mono recognizes and values the contributions and advances that Black Canadians have made and continue to make to Canadian society, and recognize the quest of Black Canadians for equal opportunity and freedom from discrimination in Canada. Therefore, on behalf of Council, I do hereby proclaim February 2025 as Black History Month in the town of Mono, and encourage all residents to celebrate our diverse heritage and culture, and continued efforts to ensure Mono is an inclusive community for all. And that's dated today's date. Mr. Clerk, I'm just wondering, will we have a pan-Canadian flag raising at some point?
Hasn't been requested, Your Worship. No one's come forward to make a request to do a flag raising.
I think there's one occurring in Orangeville on Thursday, both at Town Hall and at the county. So I think we should maybe reach out to the organizers last year and see if they'd like us to do it. I see, Fred, you're agreeing with me on that.
I was just going to announce that there will be a flag raising at 6 o'clock on Thursday at 55 Dinah Street to celebrate the Pan-African flag raising.
Thank you, and I think that's followed by a flag raising at Orangeville Town Hall at 7. Okay, next item on the agenda is public question period. Are there any questions from the gallery, first of all? Elaine?
Good morning. In October 22nd, 24, council meeting was held where the Caledon Hills Bruce Trail made an in-person presentation where they requested use of a piece of surplus land owned by the town of Mono, that they be allowed to build a trail and would like the option to purchase the land at a future date. Deputy Mayor Nix, who has always excused himself from matters dealing with the BTC, remained in the meeting and did not accuse himself, but put forth a motion and gave arguments as to why BTC should receive the right to build the trail without further public consultation. Nix then put forth a motion and voted in favor of BTC. I was at that meeting and declared that Nix was in contravention of the Municipal Act and had a conflict of interest. The vote was passed 3-2. I complained to the Integrity Commissioner in writing. The Integrity Commissioner decided on February 2nd, 25, that he found that Nix did in fact contravene the Municipal Act. Because of the cost involved, he suggested that a penalty not be imposed, but I was at liberty to take it forward if I chose. In light of the cost to the town and more importantly to our residents, will council rescind the handshake deal with BTC and start the process over, taking into account public input?
Well, I'm guided by what my colleagues think on that. Whether or not it's a question of rescinding the motion and then having another vote absent the deputy mayor, that is one approach. And the other approach is, as you suggest, that we have a period of public consultation. I do take exception to the terminology handshake deal. It's not. It would be a memorandum of understanding with the Bruce Trail and ourselves with regard to using our property for purposes of expanding their trail network.
With respect, that term was used by council at that meeting.
Okay. It's certainly an informal agreement, but I don't think it rises to bylaw status. But I think there was an indication from staff that there should be something more concrete than simply a handshake deal. I would just note for the record that the deputy mayor has left the meeting.
Your worship, if I may, so we've entered into very preliminary discussions with the Bruce Trail to reciprocate or reproduce agreements similar to the 5 Side Road parking lot by the Tai Chi and the 7th line parking lot at Airport Road. But obviously council will see those agreements and they'll be out in the public. If I may, on the matter of revisiting the motion, if I may provide some comments. And the clerk will correct me if I'm wrong here. I believe that the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act has a recommendation that should there be an issue that's in front of us today where Deputy Nix has been found in contravention of that act, that provided there's no financial impact, say if we let a contract to a contractor, or if we put the town at potential liabilities, that it is recommended that council revisit the motion with the results of the investigation of the Integrity Commissioner. So staff would be prepared to bring back, with council's direction, we would be prepared to bring back the delegation paperwork that the Bruce Trail submitted originally, and council would have that as unfinished business, I guess, and council could rediscuss and revote on the request from the Bruce Trail to utilize the property in question.
Okay. Ralph, I think you...
Sorry, I cannot hear anybody.
No, because there's nothing, there's
the-
nothing yet. Hang on.
The mic is
Here,
defective.
let's use this one and we can figure that out.
Okay, thanks.
So does this mean that Councillor Davies is not going to be heard this morning?
She's handed the mic over to you.
She's handed her mic to, I was just going to support the same idea as Mike has suggested. I think the Integrity Commissioner's decision brings into question the vote, and we should revisit it. And I like the idea of the town preparing some documents about this so that we have it in front of us once again, so that we can make a good decision, rather than go ahead with voting on it today.
Yeah. So does that add clarity that we will readdress it?
Yes, it does. I would also like to add that when readdressing it, we take into account that they should not be given any favor over the fact that they've already built the trail, should that be the decision to go forward, that would automatically give them more right to purchase the surplus land, which they indicated they would like to do, that it would be open to anybody in the public to purchase that surplus land.
So I think for clarity, we do need to revisit the decision. But for clarity, we should also indicate that our decision was distinctly not to start the process of declaring that land surplus. It was simply to allow access for purposes of a trail. The next step, if there is a next step, and there may not even be a next step, would be to declare the land surplus, which is an entirely different issue, different process. There are various steps that need to be taken in terms of declaration of surplus land, but we chose not to go down that road at the time that we discussed it back in October.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the gallery? Any questions submitted to our clerk?
Your Worship, we had 2 questions submitted online in advance. First question up on screen. Are there any updates to the Rogers Fusion Tech installation of high-speed internet within the town?
Okay, I can speak to that, and maybe I could call on Matt to summarize maybe some of the permit activity of late, if there has been any. But unlike last winter, Fusion Tech, the subcontractor to Rogers, is working through the winter. And anyone who's been on Hockley Road recently will notice that they have quite a few trucks out and drilling equipment, and so that is a good sign that this winter they, in fact, notwithstanding the inclement weather, are out there installing. The other thing that I've been told reliably is that they will be hooking up some 200 users of fiber sometime. Either it has already happened or it will be happening shortly, and those are individuals in the south end of the town. Are they moving as quickly as possible? I think they are now, but certainly there have been bumps in the road, and they've encountered geological issues, shall we put it that way, in terms of drilling and trenching in the town of Mono. They've run up against the escarpment and the fallout of the escarpment, and that is what has slowed the process down. But they are still committed to doing what they promised to do, and I look forward to the completion of the project at some point. Matt, anything new to report in terms of permit applications?
Thanks, Mayor Coleman. No, we haven't received any more requests for permits. Obviously, things have slowed down. We don't obviously like to issue too many new permits with the amount of snow on the roadways, because we want to make sure that that infrastructure is being put in the right spot. But we haven't received anything recently.
But all of the applications we've received, presumably we've scrutinized and processed, so it's just a question of them doing the work. Would
That's
that be a
right.
fair statement?
Yep.
Okay. And the fact that they're working on Hockley Road indicates to me that they've received at least one permit from the county.
One more thing, they have been receiving the NBCA permits as well.
Finally.
Yes. So that about a month, 3-4 weeks ago, I'd say they started to roll through. So that's positive there.
And that, frankly, was a huge delay for them in terms of of doing work and ultimately hooking people up was the NVCA sat on that permit, and there's some debate as to whether the permit was adequate when it was submitted, but be that as it may, it took a very, very long time. Mike, did you have anything to add? Okay. Okay, I hope that that is helpful.
Okay, second question, Your Worship, from the same resident. Is there a bylaw or a mandate for property owners to ensure that blowing snow does not accumulate onto the road networks across Mono?
Matt?
Your Worship, Elaine Capes has had her hand up for 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, sorry, we don't have we just have the wording of the question on screen here, so I can't see. Elaine?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Nix, for helping me out. It pertains to the previous question about internet. I've had some conversations with residents who live on Buena Vista and can't imagine why they're digging up one side of the road by one service provider and not on the other side of the road, that same service provider. And so I've had conversations with that, with Whiteman, and they assured me that they would review the situation and come back to Mono, so I'm waiting to hear from them. They were having an executive meeting last Friday. So anyway, I just bring that forward to mention that I followed up on that issue for the residents who were asking about specifically Buena Vista and why one side of the road and not the other by Whiteman.
So go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I received a call too about that, and I think that it was because it's one side is Orangeville, and Orangeville's doing their thing, and with Whiteman, and Mono's doing, Mono is receiving something from Orangeville, or from Rogers. It's not like we've contracted Rogers, but we have not gone and organized anything with Whiteman. So you are suggesting that you contacted Whiteman and on behalf of the town have asked for something?
No, I just contacted somebody from Whiteman to say, you know, like what, because I didn't even know Whiteman existed, okay, so that's just me. And they said, oh yes, they're doing work for Orangeville, and I said, okay, so I believe at some point in time in the past, they did come to Mono and prepare a proposal, but he said he would go back to their directors and see if they have anything else to propose to us. So I didn't ask them to do anything, no.
So we have, just for the record, we've never been approached by Whiteman to do any work in Mono, to the best of my knowledge. Number two, this is not dissimilar to the situation that Mr. Hossain faces on the Mono-Adjula town line, where ViaNet has received government funds to install on the one side of the road, but does not have resources to service the other side of the road. I don't know about Whiteman's arrangement with the town of Orangeville, whether there's an arrangement at all, or whether they are simply getting federal and provincial monies, as Rogers is. But again, I have to emphasize, this is not a project of the town of Mono. This is a project that has come to life as a result of very generous funding from the province and from the federal government. And they have parameters as to what they can and cannot do. And I don't know whether the same applies to Whiteman, but these boundary roads present a real challenge. Ralph, and then Melinda.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, this is a ridiculous situation. We had ViaNet went up the east side of the Mono-Adjula town line 1 or 2 years ago. Just this last couple of months ago, the other guys.
You have to speak in there.
Who's currently doing it for Mono?
Rogers.
No, not Rogers. The other people.
FusionNet.
FusionNet has gone up the west side, so we have two pieces of fiber optic on one road, and many roads with none on. It's a lack of communication, I think, And these are not yet hooked up, to the best of my knowledge.
There's no anything on the Mono-Adjula town line where I happen to reside, so neither one of those outfits have been here.
Okay. Melinda?
I think it's one of those things that we're just kind of beholden, the town is, because we're not in a position to fund anything. We know that, right? Everybody knows that. And so something that has been offered by a higher government, they've got their reasons why they're doing things, and I think that that's why we have our public works involved, to ensure that, you know, if they go up either side of the road, that's fine, they're two different competing companies, but the idea that we have an oversight, or at least are get an opportunity to see it, i.e. with the permits, so that when we do have to do road work or whatever, we know where their cables are. But it isn't actually a town, we're not in a position at all, are we? No.
Mike?
Just to add to, and more clarified answer Mr. Hussein's question, as noted in the past, the town's website does have mapping for this, which identifies all the permit applications that have been submitted to the town and processed, and it would be a number one stop to find out information and updates with respect to our fiber progress of the permitting.
Yeah. I'd highly recommend everybody who's interested in the topic checking out that map, because it shows that the town of Mono has been pretty aggressive in terms of turnaround on road allowance applications. And there's much more approved than has actually yet been built, but presumably it will be shortly.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I was going to actually, so when I got the telephone call like Elaine did, I did get onto our map, and our map is terrific. It looks like there's about a third of our whole town that has some action going on. It just all happens to be not where the people who are requesting it is. But I was having difficulty, and I wanted to ask Matt about it. I was having difficulty finding on there the legend because you've got some yellow stuff and some blue stuff and some grayed out things, and I couldn't find a legend. There is one, right?
Thanks, Councillor Davey. Yeah, there's one off to the right-hand side. You got to hit the toggles down. There's some arrow downs. I could show you after the meeting during the break. Like,
And in terms of the map itself, just to pick up on an issue raised in the past, we have to have mapping that doesn't discriminate against people who are color challenged in terms of their vision. I was trying to put that as politely as I could.
That's very good.
In absence of the legend, if you hover over the road segment, you can also click on it, and it'll tell you, it'll pop out a box. So hopefully,
So it's an interactive map.
yeah.
Yeah, terrific. Okay, any other questions?
The second question's been introduced, but I don't think it's been answered yet.
Oh, the snow, yes. Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is no bylaw in place that would require somebody to put up a snow fence or you know, a row of trees or something like that to address drifting across town roads. Am I correct in that?
that's correct. We don't currently have a bylaw. I believe Mike can maybe speak to it more about previous initiatives with landowners for living fences, but I don't know how far it went and how reliable that is.
Melinda and then Mike?
Thank you, Mayor. But what about just when you're trying to clear away the driveway where the plow has been? You can't put that, or is that just that I know that it's polite not to? You can't put that into the road. You're supposed to move that off to the side, so a smaller scale, not a big, but just the actual little bits. We have no rules about that?
I think that's a separate, almost a separate issue
Yeah.
from this notion of the blowing snow and lack of snow fences, but you're right, you're not supposed to put that snow out into the traveled portion of the road.
Yeah, so bylaw 2000-12 does not allow you to, I think it's a $250 fine, or $200 to $250 fine for depositing snow onto a roadway or highway. And it's in the Highway Traffic Act as well, so you're not, that's not permissible. But obviously this year we've had a substantial amount of snow, kind of what's considered a traditional Canadian winter, and we're supposed to get more coming up. So road staff obviously focus on those areas of high blowing snow coming off the fields, primarily on Blind Line and Mono M Town Line, and wherever else we have to deal with those things. So,
Mike?
Yeah, so the town had a living snow fence or a snow fence program. We do install in some areas in the town, and Matt could speak better to the location, but Rosemont's a good example. The living snow fence budget line did not catch on like we wished it would have with farmers not wanting to cloud some of their areas with trees and so forth. But we still work with farmers and landowners to try and get snow fence up to the best of our ability. But there is nothing for the property. There is no rule or legislation for the property owner to do this. Unfortunately, the living snow fence budget has not. Last year, I'll speak about it at an upcoming item for Headwaters Farm Fresh, but it didn't make it into the 2025 budget as well. So, but we do work. There's the program where we hope that homeowners would help let the town subsidize some trees on their property, and then there's the Public Works Initiative that they work with landowners separately. So.
And ironically, in the early 1960s, my family was told not to plant trees adjacent to the road allowance south of our gate because the feeling then was that they would contribute to drifting, and the township basically said, we're going to hold you accountable if drifting occurs, and of course it's never occurred.
It definitely, they need to be about 50 feet back is where I think that we've learned over time. But in areas that are heavily treed in succession per lot, you definitely get a calming effect as opposed to a drifting effect. A single lot in the middle of nowhere that may plant a row of trees, that may cause act like a snow drift. But yeah, no, it.
Ralph?
I can't give financial information about this, but the NVCA also does this. That's part of their tree planting program, and they're quite proud of it. So if anybody's interested, they should get in touch with it's Rick Grillmeyer at the NVCA, and most of their programs are quite heavily subsidized. I had a tour that they took us on a few years ago, and they quite proudly pointed out some of the snow fences, which were probably more than 50 feet back, and that's the problem. Farmers don't like to have to plow around them because it upsets the continuity of the plowing, so they lose a little bit of land.
Any further questions? Any questions from online?
Yes, I'd like to ask a question, or I have a couple questions and a comment, if that's okay.
Hi, Val.
Hi. First of all, a comment on the budget. I just wanted to let you know that I did spend a fair bit of time going through it, and I commend you all. I know it wasn't an easy process, but I think you guys did a great job on it, and I really appreciated the opportunity to participate, and thought that was well done. I know it wasn't well received, but it's what has to happen. So I just wanted to provide that comment. I had a question. I think it was January 14th in the meeting, I think it was Elaine who brought up a question around the ARU, which I also was very confused about, the additional residential units and some of the things that are being asked from the province. I think it was to be a little bit more relaxed on some of the regulations and zoning bylaws. Is that going to be followed up on as well, just to get a better understanding of that?
Mike?
Sorry, I'm just looking at schedule. I'm trying to, it was changes.
January 14th, I think it was number 15. So basically, just, it was the province asking so that because of the housing crisis, if we could allow people more flexibility in building additional residential units on their property.
Right, so I'm not sure what we answered on January 14th, but February 11th, we're working with our consultant planner right now, Val, and she's trying to get her head around all the changes that have occurred with respect to the provincial policy statement, the non-requirement to adhere to town zoning bylaws with respect to additional residential units that the province has implemented. So that's something that she's been working on trying to decipher. And we would expect a overview or summary report from her in the coming meetings.
Okay, very good. And the other thing I was kind of curious about, I was getting engaged in some of the impact work and wondering if we do start getting a lot of rental units, how does that impact the property taxes, which from what I can see from MPAC doesn't really do that, even though there's more wear and tear on the roads and stuff like that. I don't know how to address that one, but I just thought I would raise that or ask a question as to whether we'll be looking at a connection with that. So if you build an additional residential unit that's rented, does that impact your property taxes?
I'm going to defer to our treasurer on that.
Building additional residential unit, the MPAC will come by and assess the residence, and it will be added to the taxes, because there will be a value to that property.
Okay. And then, thank you. And then the last question I had was my favorite topic about the Brock aggregates. And just in general, the lack of responsiveness from the provincial side of things, just to be able to get some clarity on some of the rules and regulations and audits that are being performed. I know, Mike, that you had, you were going to be participating, I think, or just following up on an audit. I don't know if you've received anything yet. I've written to Sylvia Jones. My next step is to go to her office. Is there anything else we can do in regards to that?
Mike?
So yes, it is a long response process that we've been going through with the MECP and the MNR, but they've pretty well put us into the Ministry of Natural Resources now. On Saturday, February 8th, I did receive an email from the Ministry of Natural Resources with respect to the inspection report. I plan to send that out to the group, Val, that we were on that email. I haven't had a chance to review the inspection report yet, but the resource management technical specialist from the Midhurst office has noted that they conducted a site visit on November 20th, and the required fill documentation was submitted to our province, to the office by the operators, Brock, on December 10th. All areas of concern listed in my email, Val, that you were copied on earlier, have been inspected and determined to be in compliance. So like I said, I haven't looked at the entire report, but they did follow up and follow through with the request that I did put forth to them with no concerns found.
Okay, it just seems odd that, we have so many bylaws around what we can put in as far as fill, and they can just bring stuff in from everywhere. But, okay, thank you for that follow-up, Mike, much appreciated.
And I'll get correspondence out to that group later. Sorry, it just came in Saturday, Val.
No problem. All right, thank you.
And as a sidebar, have we heard anything more about this Brock-initiated well study that they were attempting to conduct on private wells surrounding the pit? I think this has come up before, and I certainly have been approached by, we may have had a question, in fact, on what this is in aid of.
Other than it coming up at council, that would be the extent of what I'm aware of. But they're, there are some discussions going on with Brock and other entities, and it may be a result of that. But at this time, that would be the extent of what staff would be willing to share.
Okay, well, and let's not lose sight of it. Thank you, Val. Any other questions? Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is the list of unfinished and deferred council business. Any comments of council on that list? I have a question for Fred. I introduced a motion, I think, at the last meeting of council having to do with the website and creating a page devoted to advocacy, as was suggested by one of our residents. Did my motion not get passed as an addition to the unfinished business list?
Your worship, so yeah, to be added, just technically hasn't been added yet, are your motions on ASC, so automated speed enforcement, AMPS, so as well, and staff is actioning the creation of a page as you described.
Okay.
So-
I think it should be on our list so we don't lose track of it. Because
AMPS and ASC will definitely show up on the list. It's just a case of just didn't physically get it on the list before the agenda was
No
published.
problem.
That's all.
Okay. Any other questions or comments about the unfinished business? Council business? Oh, Elaine, sorry.
Thank you. I just want to observe that there's way too many assigned to the clerk's office. I think the clerk is under pressure.
I think the clerk may agree with you on that.
If it's just Fred or if he has some assistants, I will let you know now that under notices of motion, I will be bringing forward a notice of motion about unfinished business.
Okay.
Stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the public agenda is the bylaw enforcement report, and that was something that I don't think we got to at the last council meeting. This is the public-facing report of the Administrative Assistant to Bylaw Services.
If there's any questions.
So this was on the last meeting. What we didn't get to, Your Worship,
The
was the in-camera
Okay,
session.
fair enough.
But if council would have any new questions, that it's back on there, we'd be more than happy to respond.
Okay. So we'll be dealing with specific locations in camera. Any comments, questions? Next item, Dufferin Fire Service discussion notes, and the Deputy Mayor has kindly prepared a summary describing the state of the current situation with the involvement of the county and the involvement of various local municipalities with regard to their reaction to the county report and maybe some other issues related to it. Fred, would you like to speak to this?
Well, I think it's self-explanatory. I guess my perspective is, I do think the town of Mono has to take a position on this, which is why I think we should discuss it. The consultant for the county listed 4 options. That does not limit us to picking one of those options. We can pick anything we want. But whatever the case, I do think we should have an opinion on this subject.
Okay. Anyone else from council want to speak to this? Elaine Capes?
There's an old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And so I looked at this, I can just share my own opinion, as I have no desire to select any option. I have a desire to keep the Rosemont District Fire Board as it is, and albeit if one of our parties drops out, then we'll have to figure out what the new shared arrangement looks like with ADJOURNMENT, because you will recall when there was drift of this sentiment coming from the other side of the dividing line between two counties, there was a lot of uproar. And so I also appreciate the depth of information that Deputy Mayor Nix put into this and the effort that he put into this, and I appreciate the chart. However, the chart would need, I think, a 5-year comparison, and it needs to be apples to actually have the real number, because I think it might look different because of the timing for purchasing of capital, the timing of all kinds of different things. And where would the $1,000, oh no, never mind, that's number 2. That's all I have to say about that, but I appreciate what Deputy Mayor Nix presented to us. The other thing is that I don't find any reference to this in our town community risk assessment suggesting that we do anything other than what we have. So I'm not interested in entertaining any of those options.
Melinda, then Fred.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I think I spoke about this, giving a summary a couple of times ago, meetings ago, which is why we come to where we are now. So to not repeat all of that, the situation certainly is that Mono is, and want to reiterate to the public that Mono is getting good fire protective services, and we have had no complaints or problems with any of our services. Our dilemma as a town is that we are beholden to 4 services, 2 of which we have already just got an agreement where we pay them. That is the Caledon Fire Department and the Orangeville Fire Department. They bill us, and so you can see those numbers. The other 2, which are cooperative multi-municipal fire boards, which it has been clarified that fire boards are not allowed in the legislation. They are recognized. It appears to have been working well, aside from there is a distinct interest in Shelburne to change things. So we are minority holders there. Rosemont Fire Department actually is in Mono, but 52% of it is owned, not owned, I guess we're all owning it, but it's 52% Mulmer. And so we don't have a majority to be able to say, sod you, off you go, we're going to stay. It has to be a cooperative. It has to be cooperative. And 52%, I don't know what the actual number would be if it were to say that we would buy you out. It still is the location such that fire protection services would need to be provided to Mulmer as a mutual aid. Like it's complicated to just say, let's keep what we're doing. And I think, Fred, you're wanting us to make a stand. I think I see your point, but I also think that standing back perhaps might be the better, only because these other municipalities are on a roll. You were at the Shelburne Fire Department meeting the other night. Everybody's on a roll to change everything. And the 5th suggestion that you have summarized here, which we have in our documentation, they were comments from, or it's a full report from the staff in Mulmer, to have a new North Dufferin service, with those same municipalities, but Shelburne at the helm, and our municipalities having input but not as much direction as we do now, kind of is the same as what we've got. So I think we need to let the dust settle, would be my thought, and public input. I mean, the other thing is, in the grand scheme of things, if all of a sudden we had a huge bunch of money drop on us, do we want to do our own fire service? I mean, these are things that that all the angles we would have to look at if we want to make a voice, because otherwise it's, we're beholden to everybody else, I think.
Fred? You're muted.
Did I hit the right button?
You have now.
I think okay. Just in terms of that memo, I wanted to thank Fred Simpson. He helped edit it at the end because I was scrambling to get it finished. There is a little typo in the memo when I said we didn't have the figures from Caledon, but we do have them now, and thank you, Les, for providing that information. That figure shown is not the figure that was in the approved budget, it's the figure that we actually paid, and it's the number of fire calls for Caledon. The other thing, Your Worship, that I'd like to point out is we have Dave Pratt online. He is our new fire chief at Shelburne District Fire Board. I don't know if he has, he's in a difficult position because it's not going to be his decision that decides how we govern fire service in Dufferin, but he's very much affected by it. And in particular, as it stands right now at the Shelburne District Fire Board, we have an agreement from 1991 that is way out of date. We did try to fix it, but we have one municipality that wouldn't sign it. And the other thing we have is we have a fire bylaw that's badly out of date. And my understanding of that, and I've discussed this with our new fire chief and with town staff, one of the difficulties in trying to improve that bylaw is, hey, until we get this governance question sorted out, and you've seen the amount of work already on Fred Simpson's desk, it's a little hard to start working on the bylaw to improve it. But I guess the other thing too is that bylaw, I mean, it's so out of date that it doesn't even cover two of our fire services now, Orangeville and Caledon, because we have separate written agreements with them in terms of the service we want. But just to put a bit of sympathy for our new fire chief, he has 5 municipalities that he has to provide service to, and my understanding is we all have slightly different bylaws saying what services to provide. So when the truck pulls out of the fire hall, you know, it's sometimes maybe a little confusing as to what services they're going to provide to what town. I just passed those on. The other thing, to expand on what Melinda said, and Melinda, you did do a very good summary at, I forget it was the last meeting or 2 meetings ago, of what's happening. We did 15 or 20 years ago attempt to look at whether the town of Mono could have its own fire service. Mm-hmm. I was actually one of the people that went and said I would volunteer. You're going to laugh now because of my age. No, I volunteered because they were passing out free donuts at the meeting. But the difficulty at that time was simply this. There's no physical location in Mono where we could put a fire hall that would give us the service levels we now get by having 4 departments basically at the 4 corners of the municipality. We have some rough geography with the escarpment, and if we couldn't put a fire hall, for example, where the town hall now is in the public works building, that would be able to service our subdivisions around Orangeville at the same amount of time that the Orangeville Fire Department can do it. So we had a real problem. It just didn't work physically. Anyway, Your Worship, I don't know if Dave Pratt wanted to say anything, or possibly that's putting him on the spot, but he is online.
Welcome, Chief.
Microphone.
Yeah, he's got it on.
Your microphone, Dave.
It seems to be
Dave,
on.
your microphone. Oh.
Dave, we can't hear you.
Dave, we can't hear you, Dave.
Do we have a lip reader?
Disconnect and reconnect.
We couldn't hear you, Dave.
Yeah,
I know
Norman,
it says your mic is on, but we don't hear you.
unfortunately, Dave, you might have to log out and log back in, and if that doesn't work, you may have to reboot and then log back in.
Yeah, somewhere in your system, you have to select allow this app to use your microphone and camera. So you did the camera, but maybe not the mic. Happens
Yeah,
all-
There you go.
Apologies.
Got it.
You've got
You
it.
can hear me
Gotcha.
now?
We can hear you.
Okay. Okay, fabulous. I clicked the right button. Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll just be brief. I started here in September, and, you know, throughout the county, each fire department has a different establishing and regulating bylaw, and the red flag to me was, you know, in a municipality like Mono, depending on where you are in the municipality, because you're receiving service from 4 different departments, I don't think, based on the ENR bylaws, there's consistency in terms of the level of service. I think, depending on what side of the road you're on, depends on which department is responding, and depends on what level of service you might get. So that was kind of my impetus to my fire board to say, I think, you know, as a fire board, we should, or you should go back to your councils and say, you know, this is the level of service that we want to provide to our residents, to our visitors, and how do we best do that, knowing that there's 4 different fire departments providing service. Secondly to that, you're probably well aware of the mandatory legislation that's being invoked July 1st, 2026 and July 1st, 2028. So again, I'm tasking my fire board to provide me direction in terms of what levels of service. So I often use, you know, the technical rescues. You know, if somebody is trapped in a trench, for example, anywhere in your municipality, the standard as of July 1st, 2028 means to mitigate that incident, you have to be certified in that skill. So that doesn't mean that any of the 4 departments have to provide that service, but we would have to provide an outside source, whether it's a department outside the community or a private service provider. But again, we need to provide that service. So if we can't do it ourselves, who do we call to come in and provide that service? So I tell the fire service board I'm at the, you know, here for their direction and what they want me to try and accomplish as a fire chief, as a, you know, running our department. And I know I've talked at length with both chiefs in Orange, well, all 5 chiefs actually, that, you know, provide service throughout the county. So I think we're just collectively looking for direction from the municipal councils as to what's the level of service and how do we best provide a standard level of service with our ENR bylaws throughout your municipality. I hope that doesn't cloud the waters, but.
Elaine?
If I may, thank you very much. Dave, thank you for that. Thank you for identifying what the issue could be. It is that what our desire is, as you stated, is to provide the best level of service consistently across Dufferin County through all fire services, which I think is a lot easier to address than changing the whole governance structure, because the governance structure doesn't make any difference to the level of fire service. And that's what we want to get to, is the best level of fire service to every single resident in Dufferin County, as best as we can do that. And so I thank you for that. Then I'm out of date here and out of sync with legislation, new legislation. Of course, this is coming from the province.
Yes,
Well,
Councillor, it is.
Thank you from the province. Queen's Park maybe needs to put some money behind all of these wonderful ideas that they have that they want everybody else to implement and give them no money for. So that's just giving me more fire for the next upcoming election conversations. Anyway, so thank you very much. That was very helpful.
Ralph, then Fred?
I think the question is, where do we go from here? We've heard from all the municipalities, and they haven't heard from Mono, and I suspect that they're wondering where we stand. And I think that we should put our thoughts out in writing for the rest of the community. Mono's in a unique situation because we're a fairly large municipality, and the essence of fire management is speed. And so it works. I think it works very well for us to have a fire department at all 4 corners of Mono. And having been a part of one in Rosemont on the board and chair there for a little while, I'm very impressed with that department, the way it works. So I think that we should get together, and there's been, and Fred, thanks very much for putting your thoughts together and summarizing where we're at. I think that we need to look at, there's a number of comments there, such as there's problems here or there, and find out if there really are problems and try and deal with them. Because we have representatives here on the 2 fire boards that are active, and then we can come up with a recommendation for what we in Mona would like to see, and we should put it out there. Part of the problem here, Your Honor, is that no one's leading the charge. We do not have a chair, if you like, and so it's sort of being cobbled together with different ideas, and I think it's time that we put ours in. And I think that before we do that, we should have a public engagement on this to get feedback from the residents who are the ones that are being affected.
Just before I recognize Fred and then Elaine, I disagree with public engagement at this point, because we'd have to define what the problem is. And if we can't ourselves define what the problem is to ourselves, how do we describe, a problem to the community? I think what's been touched on by Elaine is that the level of service question is far more important than governance structure. And we tie ourselves into knots about governance, but I think the level of service is something that needs to be identified by each chief in terms of what they perceive under the current bylaws their responsibilities are, and then we see where the gaps are in the system and then address those. Fred, Elaine, and then Melinda.
Okay, I just wanted to expand on one thing. The governance structure that seems to be gaining some momentum is this North Dufferin Fire Board. And I don't want to either be for it or against it. The reason being, I simply don't understand it. I don't understand how it changes anything. And Melinda makes the good point that, we're just shoving pieces of paper around. We're not really changing anything. I've put some of that in that memo, but it is the one, Mulmer proposed it. Amaranth has passed a motion saying they're in favor of it. If the 2 people, from Melanchthon at the last fire board meeting are any indication, they originally said county level, but that's going to go nowhere. I think Melanchthon will go for the North Dufferin Fire Board idea too. One of the difficulties at our last meeting, because the key to it is whether Shelburne would agree to it, and neither of the Shelburne representatives were at that meeting. So I just don't know. If Shelburne stays with their current view that they want to take over the fire board, they want to become like an Orangeville, or have their own fire department, and service us with a fee structure. If that's their position, I don't think this North Dufferin Fire Board goes anywhere. But whether it goes anywhere or not, I still maintain I don't understand how it would work. I just wanted to throw that into the conversation, Your Worship.
I've lost track of the order, but I think Melinda and then Elaine and then Mike.
No.
Oh, sorry. You okay?
It was Elaine.
Elaine, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Melinda. So 2 things. One is it is not just fire service. It's emergency first responders. And I think we need to appreciate that. That has a huge impact on medical responses and motor vehicle accidents. And I think that's underappreciated. And I have had people say to me that if it had been only up to, not saying they don't do a good job, but our firefighters know the roads inside and outside like nobody else. And if these people said to me, if I had been relying on another service to get here first, I probably would have been dead. And that's been said to me over the years by many, many people. And that's because our firefighters know these roads, because they live on these roads, and they know the community, and that needs to be appreciated. Nowhere do we talk about any of those services. We're just focusing on fire. So if fire and consistency of fire support is the question, we should be dealing with that. And again, just thank you for your support on this, Mayor. The issue that we need to deal with is making consistent the fire delivery so that every person, every department within this whole community knows what is expected, and we should all get together on what that expected fire service level is. But I don't think we should forget the importance of the motor vehicle response and medical response. And the other thing is that it makes sense that Shelburne may have its own department like Orangeville, because Shelburne, Orangeville, and Grand Valley are the growth centers for Dufferin County. And so if they go and have their own individual fire services, and we can purchase from any of those, then I think that's great.
Melinda, then Mike?
Thank you, Mayor. So to clarify a couple of things, the North Dufferin service, so Shelburne came out and Shelburne said that no, they'd like their own and we'll sell you stuff. And then at a meeting, which I think Fred was not at, there was some discussion that, okay, maybe Shelburne, yeah, we might be interested in this North Dufferin deal, yeah, but we're kind of the center. But it's been brought forward by Mulmer, who has a station, another station to which they have 50-50 with the Mulmer-Melanchthon station, and they've got 52% of the Rosemont, and then they've got this smaller portion in Shelburne. So the difference between the governance of what we've got now and changing to be North Dufferin would be that we would be suggesting that Shelburne would orchestrate both the Mulmer, Melanchthon, and Rosemont in addition to the Shelburne. So that's a tall order. And then it was brought up that the idea, you're right, Orangeville's got an urban center, and Shelburne's maybe not going to have as much growth as we thought, but certainly has some growth going on, and so they're a large settlement area. To try to offer the same level of services to everybody in Mono, we right off the bat are not equal, because the subdivisions have fire hydrants, and the rural settings have, half a kilometer long driveways and maybe a pond, and so it really, it's a very complicated to say that we want outright to provide all of our residents in Mono with the same service. I think that it's not possible. What did I say? Mono.
I don't know that it's that we want to harmonize service. I think what we need to do is identify what services we get and what we don't get, and then we make critical decisions with regard to that status quo may be acceptable. But right now, I think what Dave is saying is that there are some problems from jurisdiction to jurisdiction when he's responsible for dispatching a crew to one municipality to the other. And there's some question as to what level of, what services are provided.
Well, exactly, and with the new regulations, it started with the basic training, which all of our departments are all up to snuff now with respect to the requalifications that they needed to have, which is why we had these big change in our money, because we had to pay for that. But then these new ones that he's alluding to are further qualifications and specialization that different fire departments would have, and not just here in Dufferin, but presumably everywhere. Not everybody can provide everything. So you do have to count on others. But getting, Ralph's point about having public input, I think public education at the moment is really important. Yeah. And then, as you say, asking for your input, but they don't know, right? And so it would be nice if we could, and this discussion is hopefully helping. We've got 3 people in the audience today listening, and hopefully we'll have people watching.
Mike, and then Dave Pratt.
Perhaps maybe you want Dave to go first.
Dave, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to the group. I just want to make sure that everybody understands the legislation and fire protection services is not just emergency response. It's not just somebody dial in 911. It's public education, it's fire prevention, inspections, enforcement, etc. So again, without with 4 different departments providing service, and I'm just going to use your municipality because that's who we are, is Orangeville doing an inspection? Are they providing the same skill set, the same reporting, the same etc. as Caledon, Shelburne and or Rosemont? I don't have the answers for that. But that is something that I think you need to consider as well. It's not just, the legislation is not just about emergency response. It actually has certification requirements for public educators, for fire inspectors, for training officers, et cetera. So I just want to make sure everybody's aware of, it's larger than just emergency response.
Okay. Mike?
Thanks, Your Worship. So just trying to maybe bring all this together. So we spoke about this last meeting a little bit, and I got the sense that none of council had sort of provoked these studies that were being created as their representative on county council. And I stated that I didn't know we were unhappy with our fire services the last meeting. So I know there's, sometimes in our resolution, I think Deputy Mayor Nix is definitely looking to provide a response in a way that the other lower tiers have done. But sometimes just receiving a report sort of states your case that we aren't unhappy. And I hear Councillor Manktelow saying that maybe the other municipalities are wondering what we're doing. And yes, that is true. Malmer has reached out to me. Shelburne has not. But Malmer would like to continue discussions on the North Dufferin fire board. But I think with the information that we're provided with today, which is absolutely no financials to make a decision on as to whether this is even remotely good for the town of Mono, with the information that we've been provided with today, and if I get a sense of council and maybe a small opinion of the CAO, are we happy with Orangeville's service? Yes. Are we happy with Caledon's service? Yes. Are we happy with Rosemont's service? Yes. Are we happy with Shelburne's service? Yes. I think if council is interested in a resolution in that manner, that we're happy with the status quo, the clerk would be able to help me fill in some language on that. And just setting that aside for a second, there's definitely a very common concern or item that council is talking about right now, and it came out of our CRM, our community risk assessment. It came out of the county original service delivery review, and it might have been mentioned in the multi-jurisdictional review that communication could be advanced. I'm hearing today that we definitely need to define our level of services. What's our minimum level? What's provided extra from our four fire service providers, and what would be a recommendation from those chiefs to train their staff to adequately or properly provide a service that is dedicated to trench saving or open water rescue. But I think the level of services definitely need to be defined. We would probably start at Orangeville's because they're listed in our service agreement, and I think that's a CAO task and a treasurer task to reach out to our fire boards through our board members and through the Caledon and Orangeville. And that's something that we would definitely look into. And setting up a communication protocol with our chiefs to this council, which the public is always invited to come discuss. So to me, those are two different entities that we're talking about right now. And today was brought on the table by Deputy Mayor Nix was to perhaps beef up our current resolution of the receipt of the multi-jurisdictional, and if council would entertain my opinion of the assessment of council, that we're happy with all four boards.
Yeah. Fred?
Yeah, I would agree with the CAO with one slight modification, Mike. I'm quite happy with what we now have, but I would suggest, or I'd put it out for consideration, that we go for option 4 of the county report, which is the status quo with some beefed up administrative support for the fire boards. The reason I would argue that, and Dave, if you want to disagree with me, you probably know more than I do. I've noticed over the years at Shelburne District Fire Board, I think we have some loose arrangement or contract with the county for IT services. But I know before Dave's term at the fire board, we had an awful problem with an HR issue. I reached out to the county to see if they could help us. Well, we don't have a contract for HR services from either Shelburne, the county, or anybody else. The other thing I would point out in terms of administrative support, and I think this is different than Rosemount, and I don't blame Shelburne for being a bit angry about this. We are covered by their by their insurance, and we shouldn't. I think when I say administrative support, I mean IT, HR, insurance, and all those administrative functions. I think that should, in other words, Mike, what I'm saying is, I'll go with what you just said. We're happy, but I personally think we should beef up the administrative support in those areas.
Melinda, and then Elaine.
Fred, with respect to, I know that before my time, there was a new agreement that was drawn up and everybody signed it except for Shelburne. So the one that stands is the 1991 one, and that does say in it that Shelburne will take over and be responsible for the insurance and such. Like, it's itemized in the agreement with everybody that was what they were going to do.
I agree, but I've also stated that the 1991 agreement is so outdated, there's so many things wrong with it, that I would just add that to the list of things wrong with it. The particular issue was we had a bad fire some years ago in that wood factory in Shelburne, and as a consequence, we put it out. But as a consequence of that, Shelburne's insurance rates jumped, I don't know by how much, and I really didn't think it was fair to Shelburne that they had to cover that cost.
Okay. Elaine?
Yes, thank you. I forgot what I was going to say. Let me just regroup. I think going back to the admin services, personally, I am quite satisfied with the admin services we get, which is currently supplied by the town of Mulmer, which has been on a rotating basis because for many years, our treasurer was at the table, and then years after that, the Adjulatos treasurer was at the table. So it's a rotating support role, and it's worked very well. I'm extremely pleased with the service we get, and it does cover, you know, admin things like organizing the meetings, doing the minutes, searching HR issues, bringing forward HR issues. It encompasses all of that, and so that has worked at the Rosemont Fire Department Board.
So I'm getting the sense that a motion that expresses satisfaction with the fire services that we're currently receiving is going to be passed unanimously. I think incumbent upon us is to then maybe explore the issue raised by Dave Pratt having to do with different levels of service, not with the intent of harmonizing across the board necessarily, but at least identifying what services we do get. We may find that there's some duplication as well, that a single fire department could be responsible for delivering one service without having that service being delivered by multiple fire departments, as an example. One thing about the county study, having sat at the table along with Fred when the motion came up to commission a consultant to write a report, which I had hoped would have some costings in it, which it does not, was that everyone around that table who voted for it, voted with different intentions. I think there were those who wanted to have a county fire department. There were a few of us who wanted to see better sharing of services between the departments. better procurement efforts between the departments. And my disappointment was that that report really doesn't address that issue of cooperation and procurement in quite the way that I had hoped it would. And I think that's an area which is still very important that we make certain that happens. Fred, do you have any wording that we can get our teeth into?
Fred's just reading over the option for at the county right now.
I don't necessarily think we need to be guided by what's in the county report.
No, we're getting there for sure, John.
Okay.
Your worship.
So you need a little more time?
Yep, I'll do a little bit of talking. Fred can
Okay.
manifest his.
Can I suggest that we take a short break and come back in 10 minutes? Would that be of assistance?
Sure.
Doesn't give you a break, but.
No, I was just going to close off. I think by the time I'm done talking, Fred will probably have the motion.
Are we,
We need a break, yeah? Why don't we have a break after?
we can have a break after?
3 minutes? So I agree that Fred definitely has identified an opportunity that there might be some administrative assistance that the chiefs could benefit, or the boards could benefit from. And what that looks like, I think, we don't get there though. We don't get to make those decisions and updating the agreements. And if we don't take care of what is being asked right now, I don't even know how this moves forward. Because you have a mixed bag of resolutions back to the county. I think the county would probably like to.
Jurisdiction.
The county would like to walk away from this, I'm pretty sure.
They will.
And you have a mixed bag of responses from individual. I think Grand Valley has enough information to proceed forward, but I don't think Mono is aligning with our groups, and I think there's more to come once we pass this resolution today. It'll definitely show the adjoining tiers where Mono lies on this matter.
And having said that, I'd like to invite Dave Pratt to attend council in person at some stage so we get to meet him and continue the discussion.
Yeah, and I'm definitely, well, I just asked Fred, like, I'd definitely like to have a meeting with our board representatives. I can't do that, though, unfortunately, because that turns into a council meeting. So I would meet in twos. I'd meet in twos with our board representatives. I'd like to hear from our staff. I'd like to hear from our board. I think we could come up with a small, small list of things that we'd like to see from our chiefs. Not information that they have already. And our level of service discussion. So I think that's something that would fall out of this.
And I think as well, and I'm trying to talk so as to give Fred a little more time on his motion. One of the areas, and Dave, you'd be interested in this, I have grave concerns about our capacity to fight a fire within Monocliffs Park as an example, or the Hockley Reserve, or for that matter, any woodlots and that sort of thing. Now that's not to say that every department in Dufferin needs to be trained to do that, but somebody's got to be trained to do that and be really, really good at it, because what's happened in Nova Scotia and what's happened out west is very troublesome. And I don't see the province stepping up to this issue. I think they forget about everything south of the French River when it comes to wildfires. And I think we need to tackle this. I don't know. I don't think so. Dave, do you have any comment on the issue of wildfires?
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. Having spent the last 2.5 years as the fire chief in the city of Kenora, we were in the fire
wonderful.
zone, and we did have a large capacity to fight those fires. We had agreements with the MNRF, et cetera. So from that experience, I've reached out. I am the regional fire coordinator for the county, so I've reached out and I'm trying to establish a program, so basically to bring the MNRF program here to Dufferin County. So the program is wildland urban interface fires for structural firefighting. So I've got the materials from the MNRF, and we're looking hopefully to put something together for the end of April. I'm actually attending North Bay this weekend for a 2-day course. And again, it's about managing those types of incidents. So I agree your concern. I think it's founded. I think it's just a matter of time. But we as county fire chiefs are aware of it and I'd like to say, have plans to address it hopefully by the end of April, sir.
Excellent. That's wonderful. Fred, are we ready with a wording?
So on the assumption that what council is trying to tackle here is strictly the governance model, so to that end, a resolution that I could recommend is that council for the town of Mono supports option 4 from the multi-jurisdiction fire prevention and protection modernization plan, maintaining the status quo. And then if there's anything council wants to add
Do
to
I
that.
have a mover for that? Fred, would you like to move that? And Elaine seconds. Any further discussion on the topic? Any opposed? And that motion is carried and Mono has taken a stand.
Which no one would like.
Thank you. And I'm going to declare a 10-minute recess.
Awesome.
Thank you.
We are back live.
Thank you. And next item on the agenda is a request of the Headwaters Food and Farming Alliance with regard to a donation. We have the letter in front of us, and I think this is predicated on the same reasoning that we applied last year, that being support of agricultural activity within the town. And I know that we don't have a budget, but is there an appetite here? And I see Elaine Cape's handy's up.
Well, thank you. Yes, that was one of my questions, is where is this $1,000 going to come from? And I guess it would have been helpful to have had this request prior to, as part of budget deliberations. I did try to connect with the two signatories on this document with failure. I did not connect with them. I really want to know, have they approached the OAS? Agricultural Society. Maybe they want to support this, and maybe they do. I don't know that. I couldn't ask these questions. Also, is Tourism Ontario providing funding? Because they definitely support the agri-tourism cultural aspect of travel and tourism, and I wanted to know whether we were exploring this. And is there an opportunity to move this online rather than spend all of this money on printing? And maybe it is online and I just don't know. And can we make a link to it? And of course, Andrew could answer that and say, oh yes, it's already linked on our website. But anyway, when I look at our international countryside stewardship exchange report, it talks about how agriculture is the foundation of this area and of Mono. So, you know, I'm kind of like, okay, well, we don't have the money. Where's the money going to come from? But this is critical to the survival and preservation of Mono's culture and historic place. And so, I just,
Ralph?
my questions.
I think we paid for this last year, right? How did we pay for it less?
Thank you, Councillor. If you recall, we moved money out of the climate change budget, and we transferred $3,000 into donation budget. There's no money in that account this year.
Right, we took away the living snow fence budget.
That's correct. In that budget for 2025. So there's no money to move from somewhere else.
How about the donation budget?
We budgeted zero for donations this year.
That was
Same as we did last year. That's why we did a budget, a minor budget amendment.
What's the wish of council?
Thank you. It's a terrific insert. I know that Marcy gave me a whole bunch of them last year. I handed them out to all sorts of people, whoever came to my house, and everybody enjoyed it and so on. I just, you know, and it's a small amount of money, and last year I said no, we said no donations. We came up with some money from somewhere else. And as I say, it's a great product, but I guess we have to ask Les, can we squeeze money out of someplace else if everybody, I mean, it is part of our, you know, on many levels, a positive. But yeah, money is the problem.
I think Elaine has raised some good questions as to whether they've tapped into other sources. I know that they have at the county level, and I think they're getting some from the county. But Les, if we gave you the task of finding something where we're underspending, maybe?
Well, at the moment, we're only in February.
I know.
I think if...
And it isn't on snow removal.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going through a good snow budget for this part of the year, for sure.
Yeah.
If council wants to support this, we'll make it work. just take it out of Kim's budget somewhere.
I think we really need to be clear that when we have had to cut so much money and we've had to increase taxes and we're looking for other revenue sources, that we are not somebody that you can come to and ask for money. It just doesn't make any sense for us to give money. However, the idea that this is and I would have liked to have seen in their letter that it was, 30 out of the 34 farms were in mono, as opposed to there being just a third of them, or less than a third, right? 11 out of the 34 farms are here in mono, so, and without asking their budget and whether we are providing, a third of the money and all those kinds of things. But I do think that it is in keeping with our, what's the thing say? Even our letter says aligns with the mono community climate action, because that's, of course, where the money came from last year.
Ralph?
So I agree with you, Melinda. It's certainly, I'd like to support the farming community here. I think, though, that giving out money to one person and selectively like this is a mistake. We've said to all our other donors, we're not giving out money this year. And so I think that's the message. And so I don't favor providing any money to this request.
Okay. Fred?
I agree with what Ralph just said.
Well, would have been nice to have had this at budget time, because I would have made an argument, and I still could make an argument, that this is more in the realm of support for a key member of the local economy, the farmers. And I don't think anyone does enough, frankly, to support that community, let alone express our support for it. So I would be inclined to try and find the money, but can maybe we consider tabling this? Well, there's no motion to table, but maybe return to this request at a future meeting and see if they've exhausted all of their funding opportunities.
That's a really good idea, because this is a new initiative with respect to the format, changing it to something big. People can keep it in your car, go around, drive like it. It was a new initiative of a long-standing product last year when they asked for money, because of the whole printing of it, apparently, and putting it in the insert. I mean, it's been around, as the letter says, for years and years. And so perhaps maybe they have, and we haven't, and Elaine didn't get a hold of them, and so that it really, the message be to them, please don't come to us in February, come to us in October, because if you're going to do it again, right? So I'm in favor of having a look at it again later.
So let's put it under unfinished business for next meeting. We can make some inquiries. Elaine, sorry.
That's okay, thank you. So Melinda, thanks for mentioning that. This is, maybe I misheard. This is not new. It was a pullout last year. It's been a pullout before in the Inland Hills magazine. So, again, maybe they need to, so many people, not me, of course, because I'm one of those people who's not in that generation, but so many people use technology that being able to have this as a map, a live map, where people can go click on it, click on the farm, like, it doesn't need to be paper, and maybe we need to change the thinking. And I would be all for having a delegation to come. Maybe they don't want our input on how they do their business, but if it was a delegation where we had an opportunity to have it interactive, ask these questions. Again, did they go to the OAS? Have they gone to the tourism, Ontario Tourism? Like, I didn't get a chance to ask those questions, and I would like to know.
Okay. I think they do both. I think they have, obviously, they've had the pullout for some time, but I think they've also got something online. How interactive it is, I don't know. But why don't we defer this for a couple of weeks and see if we can find out more. Okay, next item. Motion by Councillor Manktelow, by Canadian policy. Oh, sorry, Fred?
Yeah, so, so just Before we finish with this one then, so council wishes this item to be deferred to the next meeting. Does council wish an invite to go out for a delegation, or just defer this item to give council an opportunity to talk with people before it comes back?
I mean, their letter is good. I don't know if we need to have them come.
I don't know that we need to have them appear. If they're welcome to attend the next discussion of council. I don't know that they need to be a delegation per se to tell us what they've already said in their letter.
He wants to know what you're going to do between now and then.
What am I going to talk to them? I think a number of us are probably going to talk to them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Next item.
And the other item was the, added to the agenda, and that was a donation request from the Headwaters Healthcare Foundation. And I believe every member of council received a copy of that donation.
And Elaine has declared an interest on that?
Right, so how do I just like get out of here and then come back,
No.
or what?
You do not have to leave chambers. You can, but you just cannot participate in the discussion.
Okay, so I'll turn off my camera, turn off my mic?
You can.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So,
She said goodbye.
No, it's active cameras only.
Oh.
Yeah, she's-
so thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, as a retired physician, I feel pretty strongly about the fact that the government in our system should be paying for this and not the lower tiers. And we just discussed that we don't have any money to give, and I'm not so sure that this is so focused on Mono that I appreciate that it's service, obviously, to us all, but I'm not in favor of trying to find some funding.
Any further thoughts? Fred?
I agree with Melinda.
It's the same answer as I gave before. Unfortunately, we don't have any money for donations here. It's a good, it's an excellent thing to be supporting, and I've supported it personally, but I think we, at this time of our budget, we don't have the money for it, and we have to regretfully say no.
Well, sadly, I'm of the same view, and the province should be supporting hospitals and hospital infrastructure. Having said that, they seem to have forgotten that back in the late 90s, the county of Dufferin made a commitment of $6 million to the new hospital, and that money was allowed to accumulate over $1 million in interest. And the late Lynn Gibson and myself got a motion through county council late one night to commit the interest to the project as well as supported that institution. I think it's up to the province now to pay for health care. So I think the answer is no. Okay. Schedule A.
Mr. Mayor?
Motion.
Yes, we do
Before we
indeed
move
have a
on.
motion, which I will read.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm stepping out of bounds, but I'm looking for council direction. When these two requests came in, I told the clerk, we have no budget. I'm more than happy as treasurer to send him a polite letter, sorry, we have no budget, maybe next year. And I was told it's not my decision. So I'm looking for direction. There's probably going to be coming down the road at some point, probably another request. On council's behalf, I could send a letter, sorry, we have no budget. We had a very tough budget
Yep.
process. We had a very large tax rate increase, and we have no donation budget.
I think we need a standard letter to go to any further inquiries, and if somebody's not satisfied with that, they can always contact us directly. But I don't think our position is going to change.
I have a few comments about this motion.
Okay, so I'll read the motion, and Ralph will move it, and we'll get a seconder. Whereas the President of the United States has placed a 25% tariff on Canadian goods imported to the United States, currently deferred for 30 days. although we could talk about aluminum and steel as well. And whereas this will create economic hardship for Canadians and have an impact on our businesses, industries, and human resources. And whereas Canadians are questioning what has happened to the long-standing friendship we had with our American allies, therefore be it resolved that the town of Mono review its procurement practices with the goal of maximizing economic benefit to Canada, and that we encourage Mono residents to do the same, and that this Buy Canadian policy sends a clear message to the United States: do not apply these tariffs. So we have a mover. Do we have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Nix seconds it. Ralph?
A few comments. As this is really an unprecedented time with Donald Trump as President of the United States. I know most of us sitting here just sort of with our mouths open, waiting for the next crazy announcement. He's even threatened to make Canada the 51st state. So things are going really bonkers here. This actually represents a major shift of policy. It takes us out of the globalization era and takes us backward into the era of protectionism, which was pre-1980s, I guess. Trump's goal, stated goal, is to make America great again, but this really translates into the intention of strengthening U.S. manufacturing and services by purchasing less by Americans purchasing less from other countries. It's still very unclear, Your Honor, what's going to be the effect of these tariffs in both Canada and the United States. It may be destructive in both of them, but it will surely damage the Canadian economy, as we will not be selling as much to the U.S. There is much discussion in government and the lay press at the moment about what we should do in response to the tariffs. And I gather that about three options from my reading. One is retaliatory tariffs, which of course are not appropriate for the town of Mono. The other is to increase our trade with other countries such as the European Union. And the third is to buy more Canadian goods and services and less American. So the easiest and most immediate thing that we can do at our local level is to buy Canadian and buy more Canadian goods and services and less American. And that's why I'm bringing this motion. And the motion has been fairly carefully crafted with the assistance of our treasurer and clerk. It doesn't say that we have to buy Canadian. It says that the goal is to maximize economic benefit for Canada. And that would be translated by the various departments when they review their procurements into what they consider how they interpret it. They're not required to buy Canadian. It may be that there's no Canadian goods or services that are available, or it may be that they're outlandishly expensive. It's really important, I think, that we and I get this sense that this movement is not we're not being original here. There are other organizations and other cities and other boards that I sit on that are already doing this. But it is important that it be done by as many people as possible. And I think that if we as a town think this is the right thing for us to do, then it would be very appropriate for us to encourage other people. And that's why the second last line says that we encourage Mono residents to do the same.
Thank you. Elaine?
Thank you. So I'm torn on this. I have trouble reconciling this motion, which is beyond our duties under the Municipal Act, under which we are regulated, and that is to take care of the best well-being of the town of Mono. I find save and accept that we review all town procurement to source Canadian. And I hear what Councillor Manktelow is saying, that some services or products may not be available Canadian only. I'm not saying source Canadian only, but I would like a friendly amendment to say, therefore be it resolved that the town of Mono review its procurement practices with the goal that we procure Canadian where possible. Like, I just want to soften that. I don't want to say Canadian only, I appreciated what you said, but to maximizing economic benefit to Canada, no, we need to protect the town of Mono and Mono's residents and insulate them as best we can from what happens in somewhere else. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the amendment is slightly at variance with the original wording, but I'll leave it up to the mover and seconder to defend the existing motion on the floor before we consider an amendment. Okay.
Thanks, Elaine. I'm quite amenable to anything that improves this. I need to understand it a little bit better because you suggested that we were that the amendment that the motion was directing us to buy Canadian. It's not. It's allowing that as a possibility, and that's the direction we should be going. Do you want to repeat again what you had put in there instead of the goal of maximizing economic benefit? What was your wording?
Sure, that we review all town procurement to source Canadian where possible.
Seems to me to mean the same thing. If you're happier with it, I'm happy with to change it.
Les, as one of the,
I leave it to my fellow councillors to also share their thoughts.
Well, I'd also like, if I may, at this time, ask Les to comment because you're going to be involved with interpreting this.
I think we buy Canadian when it's available. Now, if there's a significant cost difference between Canadian and, say, an American product, we're coming to council for guidance at the staff level. I'm more thinking at the tender level when we have big construction projects where there probably are some American product that the contractor's using. And if his source is American and the cost comes in, say, 25% lower, that's a tough decision because it benefits Mono residents by taking a cheaper tender, but you want to support the country. So I'm suggesting that comes to council.
I think when we discussed this earlier, Les, you wanted to have some leeway and be able to make some decisions without being bound by something that was an ironclad buy Canadian when available is very, very precise. So Elena, I wonder if it wouldn't be better to leave it the way it is. That sounds like to me like, is that what you'd prefer, Les?
I would prefer the flexibility.
Here, your mic's not on, but say it again.
Sorry, I thought it was. I would prefer the flexibility, yes.
Okay.
Fred, then Elaine, then Fred. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
And in our conversations between myself, the treasurer, and Councillor Manktelow, one of the reasons that led to the wording as is was because you could have two Canadian companies, but one company sources its materials more from within Canada, and another company sources its materials from the U.S. So the current wording was to try to help the town work around that situation. Right? Or even an American company that sources from Canadian versus a Canadian company that sources from American. So the wording maximize the benefit to Canada was come up with for that reason.
Okay.
Linda, did you?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm kind of struggling just with the whole idea, as Elaine said to begin with. The direction, I mean, it's amazing. All of a sudden, there's the Canadian labels on absolutely everything now that are. Like, it's the age of digital whatever. It's you know now if it's Canadian or not. So in just this couple of weeks that it's been a problem. So I support it, but I support it personally. I am having a problem as a directive to the town, though, and the wording now that we're looking at the goal of maximizing economic benefit to Canada, it just seems so broad and out of our scope as representatives supporting the town. So I'm struggling with it as well, but not supporting it.
Not supporting it?
Thank you, Melinda.
Not.
If I could
Okay.
get to that. If I could get to that.
Elaine, can I just call on Fred Nix for a moment and then recognize you?
All I was going to say as a seconder to the motion that I don't really see much distinction between what Elaine's trying to, her wording. I'm quite happy with the original wording and would prefer to leave it that way.
Thank you. Elaine?
Sorry about that. I did want to just say, how does this motion send a message to the U.S.? We're going to send a copy to
I think,
the leader?
you know, I can try and answer that. I think it sends a message in the most powerful way you can. It's by your actions rather than your words. And so if it affects the purchasing, if they discover that they're not shipping to Canada as much as they were before, that's a powerful message. We don't need to send it to President Trump. He wouldn't read it anyway.
Right, except that there's a whole lot of motions that then get, they come to us and we then endorse them. And so then everybody has said in the past that these particular things, because there's more people behind them, it's effective. But that just comes on its own, that it gets sent out to, don't they say in the motion, and share this with all the other municipalities around?
We haven't discussed that, but I would prefer to share it with all the other municipalities in Ontario.
And it won't be the only one. We're going to be taking up a motion at the county on Thursday, which is going to be walked onto the agenda. So I think the consensus appears to be that staff are going to use their judgment with regard to interpretation, but they obviously are not going to be spending more, egregiously more money than necessary to fulfill the intent of the motion without first talking to council. Mike, sorry.
Mechanic.
Couldn't see around the corner there. I don't see much of a difference now that it's been, the motivation has been explained to us between Elaine's position and the position set out in the motion. Elaine?
Yeah, I'm fine now, so thanks for that. I didn't realize that we would have contractors that bring stuff from, down south of the border. Like, I didn't appreciate that, so thank you, Les, for that.
Thank you. So is the only issue whether we send it to the president or not? Anything further on this?
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead.
Sorry, so with the sending it to everybody, does that get said in here as a sentence, or is that just a directive?
I think it's just a directive to Fred. And we're doing it pretty routinely on these kind of motions, if not every time, I think. There's now a portal, I think you send it into, is there not?
I send them to any direct party that's involved. I send them to all Dufferin municipalities. I send it to AMO, and then any other stakeholder that is directly involved.
Okay. So, any question?
Fred, does that mean you do or do not directly send it to North Bay, Petawawa, et cetera?
I do not send to every single municipality in the province. I leave that for AMO to then become a policy directive on their part. Right?
Okay, so I was misinformed. I thought that that it was sent to all 445 or so municipalities, if that's what was our request.
I mean, if council were to explicitly state that, then I would. Council had this discussion a couple of years ago when I reported that AMO had reached out to us to talk about their the section that they have, and they have an actual resolution that they receive these at, or an address. So it goes to resolutions at AMO. And the issues and complexities of sending these to 445 3, because we're the 4th municipality. Those email addresses, it's incomplete, right? We stopped buying the mailing list that is maintained. We no longer keep that mailing list, which we could buy. It's $400 or $500 a quarter or thereabouts for the mailing list. So we're no longer buying that mailing list. And even then, even when we were buying the mailing list, out of 444, we'd get at least 150 bounce backs.
That's a good list. Okay, any opposed to this motion? The motion is carried. Just before we jump into Schedule A, Del, you and I had a brief conversation about the Citizens Coalition potentially involvement with the next public meeting. And I think if I can, whether you might consider hosting that. Would you like to come forward and just let us know what your thinking is on that? This is.
Use the left one.
I was trying to solve something. Okay.
My name is Del Bernardi, 933-123 Airport Road. Thank you, Worship and Councillors. We are interested, the Mono Murmur Citizen Coalition is interested to host the spring town hall meeting with your concurrence and with mutual help. The objective is to attempt to increase the participation by the citizen. We have rebuilt our list of members to pre-COVID, and we think we can help in that respect. So we ask if, with your cooperative effort, that we can both promote that, and we will be hosting it with your approval.
Any thoughts of Councillor staff? Ralph?
Could you flesh it out a little bit, what the program might look like? Are we going to have speakers or roundtables or questioning, whatever?
We propose to maintain the same format
What?
as we propose to maintain the same format as you would have. With I have a list here with I believe that the chief organizer, the person in charge of that, is Barbara Jaffalici, which you all know. She has communicated with Fred Simpson and coordinated, and we will be providing an agenda, I guess, and of course you have input because you are the main feature in this. With your participation, of course, it's a foregone conclusion. Without you being there, it would be an empty square only participation. So I'm sure that you all be interested to participate.
For sure.
Because it is your show.
Well, last year, we had the OPP come and give a talk, and then that kicked off a conversation and questions about the roads.
Yes.
So we don't need to do that again. But then there were questions that came afterwards. I don't know what the main thrust of the questions were last year, but it would, the idea of having some sort of a topic or whatever that to kick it off would be helpful.
Yep, we haven't defined that yet because we wanted to get your approval to go ahead and plan accordingly. But yes, we are open to your suggestion, of course, and then we'll take it from there. But we're still a few months away, so there's lots of time to plan this stuff.
Well, what about the date?
Okay.
The date we suggested was May 10th.
Hang on, Del, just for one moment.
Sorry.
Elaine's got her hand up.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Bernardi, for coming today, being there in the snow. I don't know what topics you've bandied about at the MC squared table, but something that I am connected to that I wonder if would be good information for the public to understand and be able to ask questions about is the Community Safety and Well-Being Plan. Our county councillor representatives would know about that, I presume. And so, you know, there's a survey that was done. It was sent to every community member in Dufferin County. There was a good response. I just throw that out there to everybody to think about for a minute. Like, maybe we don't know what the exact topic is, but, you know, when you're inviting people to a party, you usually tell them what the party's about. If we're inviting people to this spring open house town hall, there should be something that it's about. So, just my thoughts.
What's the date?
So I think you've heard that we'd like to have some back and forth with regard to a topic. Not that the topic should overwhelm the meeting in the sense of leaving enough room for people at the mic asking questions on any topic they wish. Because we've had mixed experiences in the past, and I think we've corrected situations where the topic becomes the theme in the end, as it were. But what dates were you thinking of?
We were thinking of May 10th, Saturday morning, from 9:30 to 11:30. It will be a welcome and Indigenous acknowledgement. We will update our Monomomer Citizen Coalition objective of a brief introduction. There will be at 10 o'clock. There will be the mayor and councillor will be given 15 minutes each to participate and talk about whatever you specifically want to talk about. Your option. You don't have to, but it's your option. And somewhere in there, we will have a speaker of some sort. We'll see what we can come up with, your suggestion, our suggestion, and we'll see what we determine would best work for encourage participations. And then at 11 o'clock, there will be a question and answer until 11:30. Hopefully, by 11:30 is done, and then clean up.
Well, I think we need more back and forth with regard to your format.
Okay.
I would suggest half an hour of questions and answers is probably inadequate.
It's limited, yeah.
I think it needs to be greater than that, but not
Okay.
at the expense of lengthening the meeting, but maybe cutting into the topic time. Is there any reaction of staff? Fred, any thoughts?
So the proposed date aligns with what was presented to council, so May 10th is the Saturday during the week that was presented back in November. So staff thinks that's a great date. As for the agenda, we haven't had a chance yet to talk with MC Squared on potential agendas. I think between us, we can come up with a recommendation for council.
Excellent. Okay. Fred, or pardon me, Ralph?
Given what you've said, Fred, but it doesn't seem to gel with what you suggested. You suggested that the mayor and each of the councillors would have a chance to talk for 15 minutes about some topic. Is that right?
No, from starting at 10 o'clock, after the introduction, after the whatever speaker, we as you suggested, it's just a time frame for now as a draft, so it's not cast in stone.
Right.
But the proposal was to allow the mayor and councillor 10, 15 minutes to address the people if they feel that they have something to address.
So
Your option.
Okay, I appreciate what you're saying. So you could have 5 different presentations about different subjects of the topic of interest. I think it's a bit too broad. I think we need to narrow it down a little bit.
Okay. Yeah.
That's just my thought.
And I don't need 15 minutes.
Thanks, Ralph. Yeah, I
Perfect,
kind of,
Deb.
yeah,
Sorry.
it's really, the idea, I think, is for If you can't get to our umpteen meetings during the year, every 2 weeks online or in a question beforehand or in person, then this is an opportunity for you to come, I think, and really ask questions. So for us to be talking on something, it may just use up time. Now, I don't know how many people are going to come and whether there's but the idea I thought of the town hall was really to provide a forum for residents to ask anything, as opposed to us to campaign.
I've just expressed my opinion, but it's, as I hear you talking, it sounds like 10, 15 minutes is not required or used, and that will give us the time for more interaction, more question and answer, so it will work out.
Just before I recognize Elaine, I'd rather do my talking through answering questions as
Okay.
opposed to giving a set piece.
Okay.
Elaine?
Yes, thank you, and I agree with you and with Melinda. Really, a town hall is for us to hear the concerns of our residents, and for our residents to be able to ask us questions. So that's how I see this, and so that's what I'm open to, and I will come prepared to listen to the concerns and to listen to the questions and participate in answering those questions.
So if it's okay, let's pin down the date. I think we're all in agreement on the date and the time in the morning, and format to follow.
Yep, we'll do that.
And so, and I have something on that same day, a hard stop at noon, shall we say? That it really,
Yes.
it's 9:30 to 11:30 that I'm in my car leaving at noon.
Okay, well, we'll make it 12 o'clock. Usually, from previous experience watching this, is that it does tend to carry on, especially if there are a lot of people participating. So, yeah, we one thing is objective, another thing is getting it done within the time frame. But we will work with you, whatever is required.
We appreciate your involvement. Like
Thank you.
It's wonderful.
Thank you. So I can go back to the board and say
Absolutely.
that we're on, and then we'll coordinate
Yeah.
with you, Mr. Simpson and Chatter.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Elaine?
Yes, sorry, one last question of clarification, just so I understand. MC squared is the host with us, and MC squared will facilitate the meeting?
Yes,
Chair the meeting?
yes.
Terrific.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not confusing anybody with my yes.
No.
Okay,
no.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Just moving along on the agenda, Schedule A. I have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda. Do I have a mover? Councillor Capes, seconded by Councillor Davey. Items on Schedule A that anyone would like to address? Elaine?
Sorry, I didn't send in a note.
That's okay. I don't know if any of us did, but
Okay, I'd like to ask a question about number 1, and I would like to address number 5.
okay. Number 1.
Okay, I just wanted to ask a question, Les, if I could, about the first line, developer accounts and liabilities, and what is included under this almost $174,000? Just like generally, like.
Okay, so this report picks up the liabilities that have incurred. The bulk of that are to our suppliers. Basically, for we received bills this month for services received last year, like in 2024. So I accrue those services in 2024, and then so when they got paid in February, they're paying off a liability. So some of the services are Town of Orangeville for library fees, $36,000. There was a certificate number 2 for third line paving from Cost Construction. We received it this month, but it was for services in 2024. That was a minor cost, about $6,600. Basically, also that includes our payroll deductions, payment for like our OMERS, and then to CRA, like income tax and that. So that's the kind of thing that falls into that liability account.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And number 5, I believe?
Well, number 5 is an amalgamation motion about the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority and the Simcoe Conservation for Oro Medonte. But I don't understand what the impact of that would be to the town of Mono. So perhaps, I don't like
Nothing
to
good.
put anybody on the spot, but we've had representatives as part of that board for many years. I just wanted to understand what does that mean, what does that mean for us? So if you can answer things.
I'm going to call on Councillor Manktelow to tell us how excited he is by this idea.
I am jumping up and down. This motion appears to have risen because the town of Oro Medonte is concerned because they have to deal with 2 different conservation boards because a portion of their town is in the watershed of one and a portion is in the watershed of the other. They have given no indication that's been made public or to the board members of any other reasons for this. So I'm still in the collecting information mode, Elaine. As far as I can see, it doesn't sound like there's any real weight to this proposal. I suspect that it'll just sort of die. But I'm sure that the board will have to consider it at the next board meeting, and I'll update you. I sent around a note to all of council indicating that I had no information which suggested any particular value to this, and that unless I heard otherwise, I would not be supporting it. And I haven't heard anything from any of the council members suggesting this was a great idea.
Okay, thank you for that. I look forward to your regular updates on what transpires on this.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. I did a little interesting dig, only because I've had a couple of volunteer things with Nottawasaga, and I happen to live on land controlled by Nottawasaga Valley Conservation. And yeah, it doesn't look like there's any positive to this at all, or any benefit for us, and would hope that everybody else agrees with you on the board to vote against it. Amalgamation, has it ever been really a good thing?
Nope, not in my view. I mean, we're already a small fish, and with this, we become a minnow.
Exactly.
You're absolutely right. And, you know, every other area deals with the same thing. I mean, we have Nottawasaga Valley Conservation, we have Credit Valley, we have Toronto. Like, there's 3 that we, you know, have some jurisdiction that is under 3 different, and so I don't see the benefit of
Can the
this.
province
Thank you
force
for
it?
that.
I think so. They seem to be able to course it. That happened with the Board of Health, and with 2 boards of health in eastern Ontario were merged. I think 4 boards were merged into 2, I think. My numbers may not be right. But whether they can force it, I suspect they can if they want. Simcoe, if you look it up, it's a large area. It actually extends from almost Mono all the way to the Kawarthas, and it surrounds all of Lake Simcoe. And their major activity now, it seems to me, is the rehabilitation of Lake Simcoe. So they're on a different course than we are in terms of the geography of interest.
Wow. Any other items on Schedule A? Seeing none, and did I call the question on the motion? I think I did.
It hasn't been voted on yet, Your Worship.
Okay. Any opposed to the motion to accept Schedule A? Seeing none, the motion is carried. Reports of council and staff. Let's start with Les.
So there's no
I have nothing to report, Your Worship. I have nothing, Your Worship.
Matt?
Thanks. So Public Works has there are 7 maintenance tenders out right now, closing this Friday for crack sealing, maintenance gravel, all that. So those reports tenders will be reviewed and evaluated next week. And
Sorry, I can't hear you, Matt.
sorry, Councillor Capes. Yeah, so Public Works has 7 tenders closing on Friday for all the maintenance work, winter sand, crack sealing, pavement markings, all those fun things. So we'll see what the prices come in at. Lawn maintenance is another one. Closing on Friday, February 14th, and we'll be evaluating those next week, and we'll be coming to council probably the first meeting in March with those results and recommendations. Cardinal Woods Pump House continues to go through the water conservation efforts in Cardinal Woods drinking water system. They have two of the high lift pumps installed out of the 3, and we're expected to hopefully be wrapped up by the end of February with that. Things are going fairly well, so that's a positive there. Be a good project to get out of the way. Be nice to wrap that up. As council and everyone's likely already aware, we're expected to get some snow tomorrow afternoon, evening into Thursday. So Public Works has obviously been making planning for that. We've had a lot of breakdowns lately, likely because we've been running so much, but we had 4 pieces of equipment down on yesterday. And luckily we have some good staff mechanics on standby that we're able to get those back up and running in time. Hydraulic lines, alternators, all that type of stuff. So we had the dome filled last week. They just pulled out the stacker today, so the dome's filled in preparation for that. And we're hauling snow out of cul-de-sacs and high snow storage areas, intersections and whatnot. So we're keeping up on that as best we can. And so we tendered 2 trucks, a single axle and a tandem plow trucks in 2023, early 2023. We awarded those in around May, I believe, April, May. And we still have yet to receive those trucks. So 2 years. These trucks are manufactured in Mexico and in the United States. It sounds as though the delays are a result of Americans prioritizing the chassis and the transmissions for their military fleets, and so that's caused some delays. And then once we get the chassis and the trucks into Canada, there's also a delay with Viking, who installs the plow equipment. So the good news is we're finally going to get these 2 trucks, it sounds like in March of this year. The delay has resulted in costly repairs to the single axle that we currently have that's up in age, and the tandem. So we have had to put some money towards those to keep them up and running till we receive. I'll likely be addressing this in the fall at the 2026 budget to plan ahead and account for these 2-year delays, and hopefully tender early next year, knowing that our next tandem needs to be replaced in 2028. So that's just a little bit of heads up on that.
Ralph?
2 questions. How many vehicles with plows on do we have?
We have 4 tandems and 2 single axles,
Plus the 2 plows, the
and 2 1-tons,
the John Deeres that are just
and 4 graders.
graders? Okay.
Yeah,
So
we have 4 graders, 2 single 2 1-ton plows, like a pickup truck
I've seen
style,
them, yep.
and then 4 tandems and 2 single axles.
So that amounts to 4 plus 4 plus 2 plus 1. 11? Probably.
4 plus 2, 6, 7, 8. Yeah.
The finance guy's nodding his head, yes. The math is right. And is there any chance that we could purchase non-American next time? France or Portugal or something? I don't know.
Thanks, Councillor Manktelow. So years ago, we had put in prioritized Canadian goods in our tenders. So we do have that wording in there. We'll revisit that for next year, Their tenders are already released, but we will look at that for some of the future tenders that are coming up, to prioritize Canadian goods. It's something that I met with all staff last Tuesday. We had a group meeting and talked about some of the items that were approved under the 2025 budget to prioritize Canadian goods or anywhere other than the United States at this time if we can.
Thank you, Mayor. That's an interesting add-on, right? I mean, prioritizing Canadian is self-evident, but I mean, you said that these vehicles that you ordered came from Mexico. So we already are buying not US. Is that the?
They had a big US component. They came from Mexico into the US.
Parts are built in Mexico. Some of the chassis and the engines are in the States, and they're assembled in the United States. And then the plow truck and chassis come up to Canada, and Viking is the plow supplier. So it's a Canadian supplier there. But so the last grader that we got was built in Brazil. It was manufactured in Brazil. Is that?
Well, right. Well, right, because that's the other question, right? I mean, if you if you want to really circumvent U.S., then it has to go either further afield than our neighbor Mexico, who we kind of want to help, but is just as tied as we are, right?
Okay.
We're pretty limited on graders. John Deere and Cat are pretty well, and we went to a different model, Cat, because they don't provide steering wheels and they're equivalent to what we have for John Deere's. So we had to drop down a model. It saved us a bit of money, and it seems to be working out. But yeah, anyway. Okay.
Kim? Anything?
Well, Recreation is finished cleaning up from Winterfest last week, which was great, and a huge thanks to all of the councillors who came out. We really appreciate all of the support that you give us for that event. I'm speaking for the staff in the Recreation Department, so and obviously for RAC as well. So thank you very much for being there and everything that you did. Very preliminary, we have tallied the monies that we received, and between the kitchen and the snowflake raffle, or the draw I should say, the toonie table and popcorn, we brought in approximately $2,900 to help subsidize that event. So the event does cost money in a number of the things that we provide, so having those funds come in is important to that. And I'd like to give a huge thanks to all of the businesses, local businesses that supported our raffle. The raffle alone brought in just shy of $1,800. So thank you very much to all of those people. And I'd also like to give a big thanks to the RAC committee and obviously our staff as well, who were there and were very instrumental in making the day as successful as it was. And to all of the people who came. Wow, record turnouts. It was a great day. Mother Nature was on our side, and it was a great day all around. So that's it for Winterfest until we start planning for next year, which is already in the works. So there you go. Also wanted to let you know that Recreation staff busy with a lot of snow clearing as well, with the shoveling and snow blowing at our buildings. Both Menorah, Mono Center, and our other public buildings is where we look after. And just a reminder that trails are not maintained in the winter, or walkways, so please be very careful when you're walking on those. They are all posted with signage in that regard, so please just be careful. And that's it. Oh, February 28th is the revised date for our euchre tournament, and looking forward to having a delayed Valentine's euchre tournament out at Mono Center for that,
Elaine?
day.
Thank you, Kim. through you, Your Worship. How many people came out? And I'm so sorry that it didn't work for me to be there. I
Well-
so love the event.
We know you're there in spirit. We do.
Yes.
Again, rough estimates, because we don't have an actual counter, which is something that we've actually talked about for next year, is for the people that are looking after the parking to
Bunch of counter.
have a little counter to give us. But roughly, I would say we were upwards of 600-700 people.
Okay, and is that like usual, or is that a record number?
I know one year, the record number, we figured we had about 750 people there.
Okay,
So it was definitely one of the higher years, for sure.
yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Melinda and then Ralph.
I just had a question, Kim. Are there spots in the euchre on the 28th available?
I believe we still have spots, yes. You can take up to 15, 60 people.
I'd just like to give a big shout out to Kim and your staff. This is a good thing for Mono to do. It's very successful, and I think the people that come have a good time. And I think it's an increasingly diverse group, which is very nice to see. So, well done, Kim.
Yeah, our congratulations to everyone. Wonderful work.
One thing I wonder, because I was reading through our International County-Side Stewardship Exchange report, and it talked about festivals. If we were to declare this a mono festival, because up in Meaford they do the scarecrow thing, could we get funding for that? Like tourism might fund that? It's just a thought that popped into my head, Kim, just came out of nowhere.
I can certainly look into that. Yeah, absolutely. It's a great idea. Yeah.
That could be our thing,
Yeah.
you know?
Good idea.
Yeah, I'll check with them.
Yeah, okay.
Fred.
So as council knows, there's a provincial election coming up, and this building and Menorah Park will both be voting locations on election day, and Menorah Park will hold advance polls on the 20th, 21st, and 22nd of February. So we're in works with Elections Ontario so that they can use these facilities as required by provincial law.
And there's no electronic or mail-in or anything, it's all just advance or show up here on the day, right?
There is an option for mail-in, but you have to pre-register for it. I don't recall what the cutoff date is to register for mail-in. It is on the Elections Ontario website, though. Otherwise, advance polls or election day voting.
And is the advance polls, is it open to anybody regardless of what polling subdivision they're in?
I don't have any specific information, but in previous elections, they were riding wide.
Okay,
So I'm assuming they'll still be riding wide.
okay, great. Michael?
Quickly, so we adjourned the OLT Bruce Trail hearing, which was scheduled on February 25th, and it will occur sometime in May or July, and that's why the town solicitor did not attend today. There's no need to rush through that. The DEI pamphlet went out in the mail. Kudos to our tax collector who took a little bit of flack from a few residents, but she also received a few compliments. So it's a good pamphlet. It went over well, and we were able to utilize the cost savings of filling the envelope with the tax bill. So it was a free, well, other than making the paper. TRCA, I had a visit with Victoria Kramkowski, who was the Senior Manager, Government and Community Relations for the TRCA. She visited last week, introduced herself, talked about
TRCA's work and about the two properties that are in Mono. And then also talked about a little bit about their management plan, their land management, Humber River watershed plan, and their flood notifications and messaging updates that they're going to be doing for the TRCA. Now, it doesn't affect Mono a whole lot, but they do own I had the number on the tip of my tongue. They do own 54 hectares in Mono, one on Highway 9 and one on Mono Agila Town Line in the south end. And the one on Mono Agila has a trail network that links with the Bruce Trail. I'll be attending some county community engagement sessions in the coming weeks and economic development county sessions that they're running. I have launched the performance and measurement plan program with senior management, as I noted in my performance review, and they'll be downloading my goals to their staff over the months of February, which is now known as Performance Evaluation Review Month for staff, and March will be Performance Evaluation Review Month for senior management.
Of council to do that?
Pardon
Do you
me?
need a motion of council to do that? And a
It's been, they've
proclamation?
taken it rather well so far. Let's get through the end of February, and if I come in with a few black eyes, you'll know how it went. But yeah, no, it's trying to keep it consistent with a certain time of year, and that includes an introduction to the creation of the standard operating procedures that was outlined in the service delivery review. So that's ongoing. So, and that is it for there. Oh, sorry. With respect to planning, just an update. Slightly overwhelmed. Secondary dwelling applications by the hundreds. It's questions. Questions. Everybody wants to build a small home, a tiny home. Council's going to get a zoning bylaw request, and it'll come through probably in a couple months. For a smaller homes, and this is a lot smaller than the current zoning bylaw allows. And we don't want it to be a minor event. We don't want it to come in as a minor variance.
Right.
We want it to be a zoning bylaw amendment, because council needs to deal with this rural impact that we're seeing, and it'll bring a lot of things into discussion further to the comment from Val this morning with respect to secondary dwellings. So,
Does a secondary dwelling attract a development charge?
yes, secondary dwellings are subject to DCs.
We had an application last year, and the secondary dwelling in support of the main dwelling does not attract DCs. It's under the new provincial legislation.
So in support of, what does that mean?
So basically, say you have an adult son or daughter, they get married, and they want to stay on the property, and the parents build a secondary dwelling for them. It does not attract DCs.
But if I build a secondary dwelling because I can and I rent it out to a third party,
Well, see, that's the problem I see with the legislation. Your point is well made. You should be paying DCs then.
I agree.
But everybody's building it for their son and daughter.
Of course, until they're not.
What about, Les, what about if the secondary dwelling receives a minor variance, which changes the location? Like, right now, they're limited, they have to be built within 550 meters? 500 meters. Right now, they have to be built close to the existing dwelling. What happens if they move that farther away?
I think part of the approval for the second dwelling has to clearly state that it's for intended use for extended family. I think that's where the catch is. So any ones that have been approved as as a secondary dwelling, and it comes to our knowledge that it's no longer being used for extended family, then we have the right to come in and enforce our bylaw that a DC applies, because now we have a change in use.
Yeah, the biggest thing we're trying to figure out right now is this new legislation that basically is skipping by the zoning bylaw. To say that it started off that they had to be on complete municipal services, which basically it's City of Toronto or City of Brampton. Secondary dwellings were allowed because they had sewer and municipal water. But now there's interpretations that this is changing, that it might be just every lot. So we're trying to get our heads wrapped on this, and I don't know if that'll catch our DCs then, if they don't come through a zoning bylaw process. So something I think council will be explained by our consultant planner as to what's happening and what to expect. But this has put the planning department way behind to a point that trying to service our residents first and foremost with their questions. That's something that we're trying to educate them on, the use and the interpretation and how to understand the zoning bylaw. And then also deal with the 4 or 5 applications that we have for commercial change of Highway 10 properties into commercial properties. So we're dealing with those right now, but council will see them as they're on our website now, as I gave you guys the link. But they're in the what's the name I'm looking for?
Reconstituting the committee.
Yeah, they're in the pre-committee, pre-consultation phase meeting right now, so we're figuring out what they need to give us and try to explain what their chance of success would be moving ahead. Having said that, that's it from my office.
How is the recruitment going?
So it's been out for 2 weeks, and the deadline is February. It's been out for 2 weekends. I correct that. Just shy of 2 weeks, and it closes on February 28th. So I'll definitely have. I've got a few resumes in now, and I will definitely have an update as we get closer to the deadline.
Awesome.
I'm okay.
Well, Elaine?
Thank you so much. Just because of that last, conversation, I'm wondering if that shouldn't be a topic at that May 10th town hall meeting, to put the education information out there for people to have, if we have a planner or our consultant planner and a report, to talk about, and Mike, obviously, you've got all the questions, answer some of those questions publicly so that we can take some pressure off the planning flood. Just an idea.
Okay. It's worth thinking about, definitely. Melinda, any?
Thank you, Mayor. So I've been busy on the RAC, which we've heard all about, and busy on the fire, which we've heard all about. So I don't really have any plans or anything to report, except that at Rosemont, we haven't had a meeting. The fire board agreements state that Rosemont is we only need to have 3 meetings or at the call of the chair in a season, and of course the Shelburne one is 4 or at the call of the chair. So we haven't had a meeting at Rosemont for a while, except to say that I was over there the other day because there was some forms that needed to be filled out because they're going to be getting a training facility there for burning, and in a CCAN, I think is the plan ultimately. So that's underway in Rosemont, which is exciting, and that's all.
Okay, Ralph?
Nothing.
Elaine?
Well, I'm looking forward to the next fire board meeting, which is in May. It's booked, and so that's when we'll get back out there. But I'm kind of waiting for Pancake Day. We always have a big, huge pancake supper at the Rosemont District Fire Hall. I haven't seen anything about that.
Yes, and no, it is scheduled, so look more closely because Chief Blacklaws did mention that, and I'm afraid I'm going to be away. So, yeah, I'll dig that back up. There is a date, and our meeting's in March, not May, March coming up. Yeah.
Sorry, M&M. Anyway,
Yeah,
Mark,
so it's
thank you
soon,
very much.
so soon.
Yeah, thank you.
So I have two items. One is a number of us have received phone calls, emails, comments about the snow removal practices or lack of practice at intersections on Highway 10, specifically Camilla, where at the best of times, even without snowbanks, you have to almost pull out into a live lane of traffic to see south before you make a turn to the south. I did a posting on Facebook to the two mono sites. They aren't mono sites really, but I posted my concerns about this to those sites. And I also posted to a site titled Dufferin Roads and GTA or something of that nature, which is a pretty interesting site from the standpoint of reporting accidents and weather conditions and so forth. And I don't know what I stimulated there, but I was quite severely attacked by the moderator and some friends of the moderator who thought that I was being critical of the guys out at 2 a.m. in the morning who were trying to move the snow back. And I think it turns out that either the moderator and or some of the people on that site actually work for the company that has the contract with MTO or are subbing to that contractor known as Miller Paving. I was surprised. I was really surprised, and I also got a call from a respected member of the community who's known to everyone in this room, who told me that her colleague at work was dealt with in a similar fashion by these folk. And I've taken the liberty of writing to the western region of MTO, to the person in charge, to indicate that I don't appreciate that kind of behavior with regard to mono residents. We don't deserve it. We were reporting a safety issue that is really critical. A lot of people agree with us, and to be treated in that fashion is completely unacceptable. I have not heard anything back. Second item, and I'm sorry that Fred Nix is no longer with us because he sent something out on this, but I found it fascinating that two of the political parties are advertising a scheme, and I call it a scheme deliberately, whereby affordable homes would be 100% exempt from development charges, as if that would be an incentive to the development industry to build more affordable housing, which I frankly don't think they're going to do, because the temptation to build the $1 million homes is too overwhelming, even with development charges built into the cost. But it just speaks to how wrong-headed the thinking is that municipalities can absorb the impact of more housing and transfer that to the tax base, as opposed to being able to collect development charges. And it's the Green Party and it's the Liberal Party, and I suspect the NDP's in there as well. But it just tells you that they don't get out of Queen's Park very much, and they certainly don't talk to municipalities who are buckling under the stress of budgetary decisions. That's my 2 cents worth.
That's more than 2 cents.
And I'll pay a DC on it.
Who's talking? Who's talking?
Anyways, notices of motion. Elaine, I think you have a notice of motion.
Yes, thank you. also, at the next meeting, I will work with my friends to bring a motion forward that council review the International Countryside Stewardship Report in detail and determine actions that will inform our bylaw creation.
Okay?
That's what it's gonna look like.
So we'll look forward to that in writing, and we can discuss it at the next meeting.
That's the subject.
Okay. In camera.
Okay, so do you want me to just leave?
Um,
First,
Well, why don't we, Fred, do you have a thought on that?
Yeah, I thought if we were to do the bylaw enforcement report first.
First, yes.
And then Councillor Capes, and so you can declare that you will be conflict of interest specifically on the Committee of Adjustments, but we do that last, so you don't have to go, come back, go, come back.
Yeah.
Okay? Because being in camera on a conflict of interest, you do have to leave the room, unlike
Right.
another item.
Okay. So we're going to
Yeah.
address the bylaw enforcement case review first. So I have a motion that council move into a closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended at 12:06 PM for a discussion of bylaw enforcement case review, Section 239, subsection 2, subsection E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Do I have, should I do the balance of that motion, Mr. Clerk? So I don't have to do it, so we don't have to rise and report, and then.
Yes, please,
yeah.
we should note the two items.
Correct, and the second item is committee applications, which we'll deal with second. Section 239, subsection 2, subsection B, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. Do I have a motion, mover, Councillor Davey moves, seconded by Councillor Manktelow. Any opposition? That motion carries. So if we can go in camera.
We are back live.
Yes, thank you. And I have a motion here that Council for the Town of Mono appoint, sorry.
The RISE resolution first, please, Your Worship.
Oh, my apologies. I have a motion that we rise and report from an in-camera session at 1:26 PM. Moved by Councillor Manktelow, seconded by Councillor Davey. No opposition. Motion is carried. And I have a motion that Council for the Town of Mono appoint Haley, and if you could provide her last name for me. Fred?
Litherland.
Litherman, as Mono's community representative on the Melanchthon Mono OPP Detachment Board. Moved by Councillor Manktelow, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any opposition? That motion carries. And I'm going to have you read the, I don't have the list of names here.
Yeah.
So I'll let you do
I
that.
will. So the next motion is that we make the following appointments. Committee of Adjustment, William Lico, Jim Lysick, and John Voigt. For Planning, Environment, and Natural Heritage Committee, Simran Chadha, Michael Macon, and Corinne Pollard. And for the Recreation Advisory Board, it is Wayne Haddock, Irna Struck, and Samantha Clark.
Thank you. And do I have a mover for that? Councillor Manktelow, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any discussion? Any opposition? That motion is carried. And next item is a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Town of Mono in Session 3-2025 held on the 11th of February 2025, that it be signed by the Mayor and Clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Moved by Councillor Davey, seconded by Councillor Manktelow. Any opposition? Motion is carried. And finally, I have a motion that we adjourn this meeting at 1:28 in the afternoon. Moved by Councillor Manktelow, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any opposition? Motion is carried. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.